Tired of vacuously untrue statements with their unsatisfying antecedents?
I'm going to lend a hand at the exclusion zone. Tend to the injured as I can.
I thought Doc Beardsley had all the help he needs.
Come by our predictory today.
But if I'm going to get us off world...
Since the schism, the Protectorate have rewritten history to exclude our teachings.
Just wait. Things to come have a way of constantly happening.
Hello again, stranger. How can I be of service? I can tend to your injuries. Many thanks. Now, right as rain. Now, will there... My supplies are running...
Once two separate points, we had no connection till the aim of the order gave us... direction, then we were parallel lines, traveling into infinity, never to meet, yet in such close proximity. And then one day our eyes did meet, and fate set into motion that telltale surge of dopamine and increased oxytocin, so adrift within a flood of hormonal flirtation I shall share with you now. My heart's complex equation.
Receiver to Grand Plan Wireless. We verify before we amplify. Drink Maxima alcohol-free liquor.
The other brands may be 80 proof, but ours has 80 proofs. One printed on each label. Collect and study them all.
From the Order of the Ascendant. In In times of peril, remind yourself, contentment is found by accepting your role in the grand plan. Understanding your place, knowing your course, removes all worry and doubt. Avid followers of our predictive playlists are already aware of which song follows. Interested in receiving our weekly selection of mathematical clues? Visit your local predictory.
One thing that you have to
Oh, I didn't expect us to wander into the scene of a murder, but somehow I'm not entirely surprised. Anomalous events have a way of spreading, multiplying. We should find a way inside. There might be clues to what happened, and where Anais's research is now. They should have been sealed in that room to focus on the... I'd suspect the missing anchorite knows something, at least. The terminal at Winter's Grasp said Anais... There might be signs of that, or where the missing anchorite got off to.
How can that be? Irrationality. One thing that you must profess. Irrationality is a part of our progress. How can that be? How can that be? Using part, a number without end, evokes a result, correct in the dividend. Accept it, and you can plainly see a positive externality, a positive externality, a positive externality. One thing you can plainly see, accept it. In this infinity, can it be?
We should keep looking.
A positive externality. One thing, the irrational
There
turns.
may be more to learn here.
In the calculation, can it be? Can result in explanations. How can that be? How can that be? How can that be?
You are listening to Grand Plan Wireless, Arcadia's voice of reason. You have questions?
I've had a
Vivian
chance
has
to look around. You seem like you've done a thorough sweep. We should discuss what we've uncovered.
A listener asks, why am I so bored? I am always bored. In fact, I'm bored now.
An honest question begging for an honest answer.
Poor thing. Blunt force trauma to the occipital lobe, I believe. Hard to say with just a superficial glance. At the very least, her cloistermate Anchoress Brunn has some explaining to do. I saw that. I believe it was Anchoress Chow's diary. Spoke about regular visits by an exemplar Southworth, who requested access to Anais' work. Chow seemed worried they were conspiring about something. that they'd mentioned an old order research station. A disputation of current order methodology focuses mainly on... I believe I got the gist by efficiently skimming. The general... My old department is repeatedly mentioned in a favorable light. Anais' work is regarded highly. That old research facility seems the most likely spot to look next. I know the coordinates on Eden, placed by the name of Point Obviation. I don't know what happened to Anchor's Chow, but leaving a body behind is suspicious. And the disputation reads like a call to arms for any fringe. There's no destroying the copies at this point, I'm afraid. We need a way to keep anyone from taking it up further in the future. If we go in guns blazing from here, it will only continue. We need a plan to annihilate. This is the exact sort of work we did at the Department of Preemptive Causal Redirection. We developed tactics at the Department of Preemptive Causal Redirection to minimize unforeseeable consequences. We can discuss once we see the situation on the ground. Yes, time to...
We can determine. Yes. With complete information, there can be no chance. Only outcome. Complete information yields perfect predictions. 100% accuracy. Known outcomes. Now we come to one of the most difficult concepts in the Order for initiates to grasp. If the result of the flip of a coin is known to be heads, is it necessary to flip the coin? Would it not be more efficient to simply go forward as if it had been flipped, and proceed with whatever action that flip was intended to choose? If so, what part of that choice was ever left to chance? The answer, of course, is none. Only when there is less than complete information are we reduced to chance. At present, we do not have complete information. Instead, we are still forced to deal in probabilities, expected values, and standard deviations, which lead to the dreaded sigma of probability distributions. By necessity, we are forced to estimate outcomes based on assumed distributions of sample populations. Such a travesty. No, not a travesty, a tragedy. A horror. A horror the archive will help us avoid. Every bit of data collected, analyzed, and input by our archivists brings us closer to our goal. To the solving of the universal equation. Probability is not enough. Guesses are not enough. Incomplete information leads to inaccurate predictions, which lead to tragedies. We must not guess. We must know. Help us know. Contribute any and all data you can collect to our proud archivists. And you too can say you contributed to the archive.
Next, the latest field data validating or repudiating our forecasts and relevant informational details for near present and future calculations. Though our current cordiality with Auntie's choice continues to hold, remain certain that every department stands united and ready should conflict recommence. Why, simply recall the precision of our air defenses against low-flying craft, augmented by our Sears technology combined with the deft skills of our exemplars. This keen partnership not only forced our rapacious rivals to drop supplies from high orbit, it sent their ground troops scampering into scattered lines of hastily dug trenches. So much for their baseless conjecture that bookish theoreticians a tidier paraphrasing of their colorful invective, couldn't hold their own on the battlefield.
In closing, a potentially incongruent word of advice. Invariably find a way to turn your negatives into positives.
continuing as predetermined. This popular number has been conclusively proven to promote cognitive function.
Audio log of Chief Exploitation Behavioralist DeWitt. This is entry number 8 of my scrapper preventative fieldwork. Unfortunately, it seems my heavy metal detritus drops mixed into the adrenotime cancels the intoxicating effects that the scrappers crave. Their leader was first to the drops-enhanced injections that I conspicuously left for them. And he ran through all 24 in barely a minute trying to cure the urge. He seized, turning steely gray, and then succumbed to some sort of severe blood poisoning. Though I'm confident it's completely unrelated to my heavy metal detritus drops. Now the rest are in a frenzy hunting for... Why, hello. I didn't reckon you'd find me way up... Oh, no. No. I had nothing to do with... I said... No, please! Please! Gah!
Sensor ready. Let me know when you need an instruction. Confirmed.
I'm friendly nearby.
Not getting up without help, Commander.
Vitals are in the red. Target analyzed. Lay down fire.
You cannot improve perfection.
What's that? Bastard got away! Not exactly in the lightest of humors right now.
You have tuned your receiver to Grand Plan Wireless. We verify before we amplify. Attention order acolytes, perfection now exists in sandwich form. Our scienticians have created the perfect BLT sandwich.
Just
It is
another
balanced,
adequate
layered,
day in
and
paradise.
tasteful. You may cease your search for complete lunchtime fulfillment, for it has arrived. You are welcome. From the Order of the Ascendant. Humorous hot beverage mug text recently observed, scienticians seek safety in numbers and enlightenment. And now a song from a composer predicted to have
Guns
three
cocked and loaded.
melodies.
Just give the signal. Look at a few corks low, Commander. The insides are leaking outside, Commander.
Target analyzed. Lay down fire! Would not refuse medical support.
You got my time!
Hostiles, Nick. Cocked and loaded.
Target analyzed. Lay down fire! Adversary vulnerabilities identified. Medic, please!
Or repudiating our forecasts. Future calculations. The Office of has posted the following. bounty for the lives of Edward and Morton Dunsany, brothers and raiders last known to be operating out of the former Protectorate compound, Guardian Residence.
Ready to waste them on your command.
The bounty posting site at Matriarch's Mercy. The seers among you already know.
The color of a chromospectral analysis. When asked about the average color of cartographer Newton Otiscar to experienced luminous astronomers, his answer was the expected one.
Get me in!
I can
Help me
already
out!
hear the obtuse listener bleating, with their faces contorted into
You suffered extensive damage, Commander.
You
would not refuse medical support.
Science of how hot objects absorb emitted light, which answers the ancillary mystery of why there are no green of thermal divarication emission theory. The typical piece of non-heated matter absorbs most electromagnetic radiation that falls and radio emissions. And the matter reflects only a small portion of that radiation. The visible part of that reflection. However, most stellar objects generate far more radiation than absorb. So they can be modeled as an idealized object, which is assumed to absorb 100%.
Resorting to violence.
We emit some based on its temperature and composition. Stellar composition determines what light will be emitted, while stellar temperature determines the frequency of low temperature emission is mostly infrared and not visible to us without proper instrumentation, which I need not describe here. As the stellar body's temperature increases, its emitted light shifts up into visible light, through red into orange, then yellow, then white. Even rare blue bubblegum. Very last. Easily draw.
Delicious Newton stick.
Hostile intelligence. Combatant scan. Fortificator at ready status.
34, 55, 89, 1, 44, and so on and so forth. It's Fibonacci, a sequence largely summing to preceding numbers, gives us math that brings us wonders. Define the recurrence relation, get us to sequence summation. Summing to preceding numbers, gives us math that brings us wonders. Define the recurrence relation, get us to sequence summation. It's Fibonacci from V.A.L.E.R.I.E.
Traveling at the velocity of light through the vacuum of space on our primary band, this is Grand Plan Wireless. Traveling at the velocity of light through the vacuum of space on our primary band, this is Grand Plan Wireless. The
I'm going to lend a hand at the exclusion zone. Tend to the injured.
I thought Doc Beardsley had all the help he needs.
An unfortunate event.
By calculating the position of every atom in the universe, we can predict the future.
Has sent rocky debris raining down upon inhabited areas below. Yet, on a favorable note, this event has positively validated V.A.L.E.R.I.E.'s exclusion zone predictions. The aforesaid debris landed in the forewarned areas with an 89.3% accuracy. Lamentably, due to an imprudent ministerial decision by Administrator Agarwal, the displaced had been approved to move into these areas. Many were housed there at the time.
That is all for now. Until next time, keep hail and mind your calculations. Unlike parallel lines, I hope someday we'll meet.
And now,
The Protectorate have only been told a watered-down revision of order philosophy.
Avid followers of our predictive playlists are already aware of which song follows. Interested in receiving our weekly selection of mathematical clues? Visit your local predictory.
One thing that you have to know, irrationality is good for the workflow. How can that be? How can that be? Infinite, a measure of mystery, unveils the key to logic's asymmetry. How can that be? How can that be? Irrationality. One thing that you must profess, irrationality is a part of our progress. How can that be? How can that be? Using pi, a number without end, evokes a result correct in the dividend. Accept it, and you can plainly see a positive externality. A positive externality. A positive externality. One thing you can plainly see. Accept it in this infinity. Can it be a positive externality? One thing, the irrational term, accept it in the calculation. Can it be? Can result in explanations. How can that be? How can that be? How can that be?
Just listening to next week's #1 hit. The following song has been determined to facilitate abstract thinking and constructive rumination.
Your postulates are not wrong. It's Fizzos, Fizzos, we love Fizzos.
Sporting match as much as all of you face rank and file. The big rig cut off toss balls from home, but our Arcadian program is a worthy suspect. Certainly a more profitable program than the Protector's watered down pitchfork they call it. How imaginative. And don't get me started on their arbitrary.
You are listening to Grand Plan Wireless, Arcadia's voice of reason. And now for some ageless wisdom from an academic so in touch with today's inquisitive laypeople youth. Time for Ask a Vicar with Vicar Magsaysay. The charismatic mathematician is always a popular topic. To wit, a listener asks, "What's this about the mathematician and his propensity for questionable ethics?"
A bold query. Yet we do not shy from our founder's flaws. Yes, the charismatic mathematician did have feet of clay. For one, he was a prolific author of venturesome fiction early in his career. These narrative larks did not, shall we say, endure time's unkind judgment quite like his world-shattering humanity-ascending principles. Nor did his associations with entities outside academia, which did not always benefit scientism. But come now. How can we fault someone yet to ascend, like all of us?
And now you know, but no one knows everything yet. Have another inquiry about our order you're bursting to ask? Relay your query at your local predictory post-haste.
If you're feeling anxious about what's next, just wait. Things to come have a way of constantly happening. The future is colliding with the present every moment.
And now a song from a composer predicted to have 3 well-liked melodies and become allergic to water this year.
We were once two separate points. We had no connection till the aim of the order gave us both direction. Then we were parallel lines traveling into infinity, never to meet, yet in such close proximity. And then one day our eyes did meet, and fate set into motion that telltale surge of dopamine and increased oxytocin, so adrift within a flood of hormonal persuasion. I shall share with you now my heart's complex equation. minus 1 to the power of 3, all to the power of 3 equals x squared times y cubed. That is the graph of my heart. That is the graph of my heart. That is the graph of my heart.
This is Grand Plan Wireless, broadcasting soothing tunes for your audio canal and enriching content for your cerebral cortex around the chronometer until we achieve ascension. Colleagues, we are living in astounding yet increasingly difficult to predict times. One need look no further than the rift intensification event. It is no great leap to hypothesize the rifts present an extinction-level threat. How fascinating. And worth noting how our Arcadian cohabitators view this energetic phenomenon. The incursive bit brokers in Auntie's Choice perceive the rifts as an exploitable resource once someone figures out how to stabilize them. No great cognitive feat to deduce that someone is us. While those chronic underthinkers in the Protectorate are taking their textbook propagandized approach, outwardly heralding the rifts as a portent of their vaunted paradigm, while no doubt inwardly seeking their own means to mitigate their peril. This is not idle speculation. The Protectorate is operating their own laboratory dedicated to rift research, the Interstitial Reconfiguration Center on Praetor. Research, given their lack of any staff academically lettered and duly accredited in the fields of scientism. In fact, it is likely the rift threat would never have escalated if the Protectorate had simply included us in their research from the outset. And yet we should not dismiss their clumsy attempts outright. Even a stopped chronometer is accurate twice in a daily cycle. Perhaps their efforts were not fraught with error. In the interim, you may reliably rely on these airwaves to deliver relevant and well-sourced information about the rift situation.
End message with an emphatic sign-off such as, "You'll never be sad when you have solutions." That apparently was a note to self, not to be read aloud.
Further beneficial content soon follows. Consistency in your work is wonderful. Consistency in playlists is not. Now for a new song.
Injuries detected. Please see. How may this unit assist you, Commander? Readying database. Which member of the incognito would you like assessed? Arbiter Rao shows a ready commitment to serve if forced to under such circumstances. This unit is ready to...
Prove it, yes you must prove it, prove it, prove it, prove it, just deduce it. A proof is a deducible argument that removes any confusion or a mathematical equation, logically guaranteeing the conclusion, using inference and logic to cover all the bases and the reason.
Halt! Abide! Cease any and all manner of perambulation. Don't know who you all are, but unexpected guests are categorically unwelcome here. How'd you even find this place? Maybe I should just shoot you and glean details from your logs.
Ah, exemplar, if I may. Surely you recognize such a notable member of our cohort, Marisol Delgado. The Endpoint?
I can't recall if I ended whoever came up with that name. Surely hope so.
You were head causality intercessor of the Department of Preemptive Causal Redirection, right up till the end, correct?
More or less.
Well, what a fortuitous alignment of low-probability events this is. Our efforts here are based on your former department. You should confer with Anchoress Brunn straight away.
We actually sought to find you and others of your program, Intercessor Delgado. A serendipitous event, you arriving. Assuming you'll vouchsafe for your colleagues, you may all proceed. You'll find Wilhelmina up the lift, 4th floor.
Welcome to Point Obviation.
Anchoress Brunn is continuing Anais' research from Winter's Grass. I'm sure of it. Best play along for now, until we can ascertain the best course of action.
He seems well guarded. Let's not make any sudden moves. Unless, we want to fight.
The plan is always in motion.
Look, everyone!
So move along.
It's the Endpoint. Come to join. As you can see, I guard the entrance. Best post on Point Obviation.
You have tuned your receiver to Grand Plan Wireless.
I have too much on my mind for idle numerical chit-chat.
Make Pinnacle meal replacement bars the complete part of your daily meals and of the plan. Designed for optimal nutrition, they also taste acceptable from the Order of the Ascendant. Humorous hot beverage mug text recently observed, scienticians seek safety in numbers and enlightenment. Warning, the following song mentions some actions that are improper, something your fractions should never be.
Try not to deviate from the norm.
I am a longtime vocal exponent of your work, Intercessor Delgado. I hope you don't mind me saying, go on up. You're expected.
Doubt the Anchoress will walk away from the research lightly. May require some aggressive convincing.
Complexity is partially imaginary. No need for fear. The concept isn't very scary. Complexity is partially imaginary. You can handle it if you stay very wary. We have tools to tame high-order equations. They are useful in problematic occasions. You can take the formula's derivative.
Oh, who's this?
Numbers that are negative. Complexity is partially imaginary.
Yes, I remember you. We met earlier at the site of my former seclusion. I've heard much of your exploits since. If I recall correctly, you helped prove Anchorus Chow's argument that violence is sometimes necessary. I admit I have modified my stance toward that more recently. I understand you allowed V.A.L.E.I.E to go free, yes? Once was a time I would have made that exact same decision. And you're Marisol Delgado. We've never met somehow, but I've read your file. An impressive body of work, though often quite mortiferously inclined.
Less so over time. There were too many pesky repercussions, I came to find.
Yes, well, to what do we owe the pleasure? Are you familiar with our goals? Come to join up, perhaps, or should I say re-enlist? Isn't it, though? So much more room to think. No one else leaving their sweaty breeches next to the comestibles nook. It's a refurbished test chamber, in fact. The facility was originally utilized in experiments by the Department of Preemptive Causal Redirection, so it's highly appropriate for the vital work we're doing here. You saw the disputation, though. Tell me, what did you think? You read it, yes? Surely you're aware of the myriad errors of our current presiding bishop and previous regime, one of whom shut down the division that operated. Our sect aims to end human suffering, sooner than later. To solve the universal equation in our lifetime requires bold action, clever calculation, and assiduous work. Yes, we have Grace, that is, Exemplar Southworth, to thank for that. Her visits to the anchor hold were quite thought-provoking, as was the research she showed me from Sia Bujold. Bujold's thinking was unconventional, ahead of her time. Why, in fact, she's here with us now today, overseeing an experiment that proves her researcher's theories.
Really? Sia Bujold is here, at present, in this facility? The one we're presently standing in?
Not long at all. We reached out to her on Cloister. She agreed to join us immediately. If you thought her work before was captivating, wait until you hear the experiment she's overseeing now. The intent is to represent the building blocks of the universe within a test chamber, then extrapolate data revealing the universal equation from the micro-universe that forms.
Sounds like it could change everything, one might say.
Why, you should go see for yourself. As former colleagues, I'm sure you'd like to reacquaint. Go on. I'll call... Yes, she's monitoring the experiment. I'll have elevator access unlocked so you can join her. We'll speak further after you check over Sia Bujold's work and the experiment concludes. Oh, so exciting.
I have selected today based on its arithmetic-based harmonic progression.
Now's not the time for a tete-a-tete, I'm afraid.
And I am the senior tenured laureate of the Tertiary Adjunct School of Numismatics for the Order of the Ascent.
How much longer do you predict preparations will take?
Almost ready. Perfect timing for my former colleague to peer review my work. I'll press them to verify my settings. Thereupon, we will begin.
Splendid. While others pontificate, we act. I await word of our success with bated breath.
Head Intercessor Delgado, what an opportune time for you to appear. At the perfect moment to assist our experiment.
What in the endless void are you?
Shh. Comms off, but others are near. I need your aid before this ridiculous affair careens into disaster. Can I rely on you this time? Or will you already intend on scurrying away again? I came to derail this line of inquiry in such a discommodious way that no one would ever consider trying it again. For all the aforementioned reasons of it likely causing, or at least queuing up and leading to, the end of all things. You chose to leave me behind, again. So when they came calling, I thought it an opportunity to sort it all myself. Yet, admittedly, at this moment, I could use your assistance.
This shouldn't be your burden. It's on me.
You don't get to decide that, or adjudicate, or coolly comment in a steely growl. Not falling for that a 10th time. Help or stay out of my way. The test involves 4 stations. Each represents one of the fundamental building blocks of the universe. Zeranium gas, macro-IVs, nucleons, N-rays. All the usual stuff. That test chamber is where all are meant to mix. To simulate a mini-universe I can apply my theories to, pull data from. We know what happens if that's successful. So I need you to muck with each station's settings, then initiate the experiment. All you need to do is adjust each station's settings.
Yes, if we alter the experiment input data in a...
The guards on the 2nd floor won't appreciate visitors, so avoid getting spotted. Here's a maintenance key. Head down the vent. It's only the fate of the galaxy riding on it, so perhaps try to be careful.
I trust that is the sound of science going exceptionally well.
Indelibly eradicate algorithmic dissonance.
I spy my next victim. I mean a hostile combatant.
Terminating unproductive activity. P and Q are true if P is true or Q is true. A simple truth table for turbulent times. Path to ascendancy is non-linear, so it says in the good textbook.
I'm no tenured archivist, but that sounds dangerously unstable. Stable. Oh well.
A sequence largely summoned to preceding numbers gives us math that brings us wonders. Define familiar development. Aborting search. Obviously, something.
Enemy moving into harm's way.
I'm no tenured archivist, but that sounds dangerously unstable. Oh well.
Aggressor at hand.
Yes? Aborting search. Path to ascendancy is non-linear, so it says in the good textbook. Obviously, something. Terminating unproductive activity. If Q were true, E is true, or Q is true. The simple truth of turbulent times. All solutions
Anyone else hear that? No? Oh, just me then, I see.
What to do? Start the cycle, do-do-do. Indelibly eradicate algorithm. Sequence summation. It's built but not. From driver of a Archie.
Aborting search. 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8. 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8. May all solutions proceed. Path to ascendancy is non-linear. So it says in the command. Fact-finding efforts continue. And that, as they say, is that. 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8. 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8. An unfamiliar development. Terminating unproductive activity.
Path to ascendancy is known. So it says.
Most irregular. Ceasing hostilities.
Indelibly eradicate algorithmic dissonance. An unfamiliar development. A suboptimal use of time. Hard to get in a good sleep. Most irregular. Conflict adjourned. One, two, three, 5, 8. 1, 2, 3, 5, 8. It's Fibonacci, a sequence largely summoned to preceding numbers, gives us math that brings us wonders. Define recurrence relation, get us to sequence summation. It's Fibonacci from V.A.L.E.R.I.E. The path to ascendancy is non-linear, so it says in the good textbook. One, 2, 3, 5, 8. 1, 2, 3, 5, 8. P and Q are true if P is true or Q is true. A simple truth table for turbulent times. Minus 2. Now you know just what to do. Start the cycle. Do. Hard to get in a good sleep cycle. These constant permutations upsetting everyone's natural logarithms.
If you're done, evaluating my work and all settings are final, enter the terminal command to void... Void the oxygen on the terminal and the experiment will begin. It's only the fate of the galaxy riding on it, so perhaps try to be careful. It's only the fate of the galaxy.
Did it work? Did it work? See, was it a success? What happened?
Hold the applause just yet. I need to run the numbers. I'm sending the others back up to you. They can describe the proceedings in detail.
I shall await their arrival. Anchor's Brun out. That is how these messages end, yes? If not, farewell.
The results of the experiment will be a career-ending embarrassment for Anchoress Brun. But she won't accept this lightly. We'll need to do more.
Yes, our next steps here will be crucial. I know this type of mission well. Granted, my targets were...
You'll need to convince her, destroy her logic, end this research for good. All it requires is a forceful array of incisive argumentation, logical reasoning.
You mean one of our old brain-off-men? That's what the rank and file in our old department used to call it.
Make Brun give up on science, logic, and reason entirely. Then no one will ever dare continue the research again. Between you and Marisol...
A brain-off against an Order anchorite isn't entirely without risk. We could...
Oh, yes, a book you wrote titled Making an Execute...
That's hyperbolic at best.
And here I thought you'd begun to change.
Marisol knows what she's doing. I vote for murder. I just love watching her work.
I'm not arguing it's the best option, just that it is an option. Rightly or wrongly,
The Order of the Ascendant should be dedicated to uplifting humanity, not racking up a body count unduly. Our former department... Thank you for listening.
Honestly, I'm relieved as well. I am.
From the legend, if you're retiring as the Endpoint, we'll need to find you a colorful new... Typical argumentation may prove useless. But in the event you should fail, the Anchoress is housed in a test chamber similar to this one. It's been refurbished with some rather tacky furniture. There is a hatch near the elevator upstairs. An external ledge leads to a vent system that can connect the two chambers. I'll need to make an announcement afterward.
For an extemporaneous plan, it's not a bad one.
I'll cut off her comms when she begins pleading. Oh, that sounds even more heartless when I say it out loud. Here's the hatch key in case you need it. May all your... And Marisol, I'll meet you out on the landing pad once this is done.
Now's not the time for a tete-a-tete, I'm afraid.
There you are. You saw the experiment through to the end, yes? Or perhaps I oughtn't have recloistered myself till after the experiment concluded, Well, don't just stand there. Tell me everything. What? Wait. Let's start from the beginning. Step me through your understanding of what's gone awry. Really? In what way? Solving the universal equation demands though, that said, this was just a start. Such models typically it simply needs to be revised and refined. You certainly seem to be making a lot out of this, though, one must say. I miss her skepticalness and insight. If we could agree on a topic, there could be little doubt in its logic and rectitude. Look, there may be some validity to some of your points, yes. But we'll improve. We will continue. Oh, is one of you... Now, is that all? Because I think I've had enough of all this. Everything we've done here is built off Seer Bujold's research, which is quite brilliant. That's both incorrect. The experiment data just arrived in my terminal. There was some variance to the input data, not far beyond acceptable parameters, but curious. Could explain the failure. Oh, come, one bad... This has been a difficult conversation.
If I may, I have a point I'd like to add. There's a critical flaw in Seer Bujold's approach. Time flies like an arrow. I much appreciate this, Jeff. Through this perspective, it functions, makes sense. The framework we interpret the statement...
It lacks context. When you extract... That is an interesting thought puzzle.
We tried. Our fallback plans...
What was that? You're starting to worry me. What do you intend to do? The experiment... There was some variance to the input data, Not far beyond acceptable parameters, but curious. Oh, come.
Void the oxygen on the terminal and the experiment will...
Did it work? Did it work?
Hold the applause.
I shall await the
results of...
Yes.
You'll need to convince her. Destroy her logic. All it requires...
You mean what? That's what...
Make Brun give up on...
A brain...
Oh,
that's hype...
And here I thought you'd begun to change. Success isn't guaranteed. A fair degree of...
I would be willing and on hand to assist. And the other option would remain if we botch it.
Thank you.
Honestly...
From the legend. If you're... But the ink... There is a... I'll need to...
For an extent.
I'll cut off her comms when she begins pleading. Oh. And Marisol. Do keep out of trouble.
There you are. Perhaps I oughtn't to have recloistered myself till after the experiment concluded, What? Are you all right? Did you hit your head? Wait. Let's start from the beginning. Step me through your understanding of what's gone awry. I assure you it is not. What else concerned you? Did Seer Boujol? This was just... It simply needs to be revised and refined. You certainly seem to be making a lot... Now, I'm starting to believe you're just... Look, there may be some validity to some of your points, yes. But we'll improve. We will continue to stride forward. There's absolutely no need... Oh, is one of you... Now, is that all? Because I think I've had enough of all this. Everything we've done here is built off Seer Boujol's research, which is quite brilliant. Now you've resorted to lying. The experiment data just arrived. There was some variance to the input data. Not far beyond... Oh, come. I fear this was...
If I may, I have a point I'd like. There's a critical time fly. I much appreciate... Through this perspective, the framework we...
It lacks... This has been a...
We tried.
What was that? You're starting to worry me. What do you intend to do? There you are. You saw the Perhaps I oughtn't to have recloistered myself till after the experiment concluded, Well, don't just stand there. Tell me everything. Some issues? You seem like softening the blow. Wait. Let's start from the beginning. Not sure what gave you that impression, but I guarantee that what else concerned you? Solving though. This was just... It simply needs to be revised and look, there may be some validity. Oh, now is that all? Because I think I've had enough of all this. Everything we've done here is built off... That's both there was some variance to the input data. Not far beyond accept... Oh, come. This is...
If I may, I have a... Well then, you failed. Our fault... Oh, let's talk later, dear.
What was that? You're starting to worry me. What do you intend to do?
P and Q are true. If P is true, or Q is true. A simple truth table for turbulent times.
There you are. You saw... Perhaps I oughtn't to have recloistered myself till after the experiment concluded, What? Are you all... Wait. Let's start from the beginning. Really? In what way? Solving the... Though, this was... It simply needs to be... Look, there may be some validity to... Oh, is one of you... Now, is that all? Because I think I've had enough of all this. Everything we've done here is built off Seer Bujalt's research, which is quite... Now you've... There was some variance to the input data. Not far beyond acceptable parameters, but curious. Could explain the failure. Oh, come. This has been difficult.
If I may, I have a... There's a critical time I'm through the frame...
It like... That is...
We tried.
What was that? You're starting to worry me. What do you intend to do?
to recognize that ventilation systems had been left connected to Test Chamber Alpha. As you know, it had been recently refurbished as an enclosure for Anchoris Braun. She gave her life for science. Well, it's true that we found the related research deeply flawed, but she gave her life for the pursuit of science. As the experiment was a colossal failure, I, as senior scientist remaining, have determined we must abandon this inquiry and shut down the program immediately. Oh, such a terrible shame. Farewell!
It's been a machine, a sequence largely designed to
side effects as an early adopter. At Auntie's Choice, we understand that the market is dynamic. Efficient and well suited to the shifting needs of our populace. After all, that's
You've 5 seconds to make plain your intent before I let my boys here pitch some swill at you.
Hearing good things. I'm behind you 110%. You're the Maverick freelancer from the wireless.
Keep it up and we'll name a vodka flavor after you.
There's a new face. Any chance you've brung news from the commander? Can't restart the dig without his permission, and the clock's ticking on my getting that early completion bonus. It's a puzzler, that's for sure. More likely than not, some kind of... Worst case, it's a Zeranium gas pipe, and further drilling will kill everyone here in seconds. It'd be hard to collect bits for making a tunnel with no... Agreed. Wouldn't want to miss that juicy bonus. Not unless your lamps can see through solid rock and figure out what's on the far side. Goodbye, early completion bonus.
Thanks for working hard, so I don't have to.
If it were up to me, you'd get a raise. You back to see more of the tunnel? I'll save you the trip. Not a pebble has budged. Same is true of our bit account. Not unless your lamps can see through solid rock and figure out what's on the far side.
I recall this place. These stations have been automated since my day, though this one has certainly accrued dust. Odd that it would be in a state of lockdown. I have a general override that should allow us entry, but anything specific to local systems, including security systems, may be beyond me. What? These security measures should not be operational. The station seems to be on reserve power. We'd best tread carefully. No one is here, lying in ambush. Perhaps some stray systemic error activated the entryway defenses. We'd best first report to security ops, lift this lockdown. From there, we can set about reactivating the station's primary power, which will allow us to explore unhindered. Is that a footprint in the dust? This station shouldn't have received visitors in years. Be on guard. Someone else may be here. My passcode shall not work on this terminal. Unlocking it may be a creative endeavor. Good effort lifting the lockdown. We may now reactivate the station in the reactor room. The reactor activation circuit shall likely be dysfunctional. It's a known issue with these old stations. Let me...
Corroded transistors, dust in the actuator. Did a sprat gnaw on this? Sweet sovereign, what a mess.
There. I think I have it. Let us hope my override does not trigger any security alerts. Good. This should avail us of a much simpler search. Let us return to the central room once more and see if anything seems out of place.
Give the order, and I'll take care of him, Commander. Close me. My injuries are within a few quarts low, Commander.
Draw. Susceptible to danger. You can't fight contentment. Unable to locate target.
You have my thanks and my help.
Seeking to determine origin and/or cause. Narrowing sensor range.
Prosecuting! Be wary for anything that may be a clue to the hidden room's location. I cannot say I have had to search for a hidden switch in a protectorate holding before. Keep watch. It could be rather small and well hidden. Ah, I think I've spotted it. Look there at the valve beside the sickly yellow pipe. There behind the room's main pillar. There. I'm certain of movement below. Gird yourself with determination, for it seems I was correct about another body being here.
Passcode is limber. No. Let's try amulet. No. Wingtip. No. Sovereign's gavel. I should remember this. Damn it. Oh! Wait. Oh, no.
Stay whatever fool words you ready in your defense, for they shall avail you not. I accuse you of trespassing upon the private domain of the Sovereign. For these crimes... Wait, I know you. Luther Okada? What in blazes are you doing here? And why do you wear a Sub Rosa uniform?
Because I work for Sub Rosa? More than that, I don't think I can say, Cadet Rao. Mostly because I'm not supposed to, but also because I can't remember.
Okada is, or was, a petty troublemaker, though a crafty one. As cadets, Virgil and I apprehended him often. Sometimes Virgil let him go, but he usually went to mental refreshment.
Often enough to know the technicians by name. Until I forgot them again.
This truly is no ploy. But mental refreshment is supposed to return wayward subjects to the proper path, not cause... whatever this is. Despite his faults, the Okada I knew was ultimately benign. But the fact remains that he now trespasses in a secure facility. That's a wise path.
An arbiter used the word execute in the last few seconds, yet I remain alive? Didn't think that was possible. I was sent here to do a specific job, but some of the details are hazy. Gives me conniptions. I was hired by an anonymous third party. They provided me with the station's location and credentials to bypass it. I was told the station was abandoned, which it clearly isn't, and to break into this I don't even know the name of the...
Ignorance does not excuse criminal action. Even if you did not know the severity of this infiltration, it remains a...
He and the other one must have put me away close to 12 times each.
Ne'er-do-well is a polite term. He was a repeat malefactor.
I got 18 months of hard labor for that. Served me right.
That's interesting. But it must be false.
I didn't used to be like this. I can still sneak with the best of them.
Any of my fellow arbiters would have killed you before this conversation began. But I can't decide whether to disdain. I don't know that I can. He is a trespasser. His slipping mind matters not. My duty dictates it. Killing Okada may not affect the one who hired him, but his trespass is an indelible fact. He should not be here. That doesn't mean anything. An arbiter cannot trespass. And were the situation different, perhaps I am familiar with the concept, but in the Protectorate, intent matters little. Manslaughter still results in death. Sedition can happen unconsciously, just as it may consciously. There is a difference. Though this is hardly the place for a discussion about Protectorate law, it is fortunate you have gained my trust. Or be gone. You've been granted your final stay of execution. Should our...
I didn't think this would happen. And you... Without you, I would have been reduced to my composite parts. Here, take these. I suppose you'll have more use for them than I, in my present state.
A lot. The hint pertaining to the passcode on that terminal, I believe I know the answer. Our work at the... For myself, the Supreme Arbiter, and Virgil especially. Ah, you've got the spirit exactly, if not the word. An arbiter's gavel is judgment, and an... From that terminal, it sounds as if the... To what end, I wonder? And that feckless agent. I don't understand his aim or who he would be working for. Only the Consul. But the Protectorate does not ally itself with Sub Rosa. What could Sub Rosa want with one of our abandoned stations? Well, at least we found what we needed on the Supreme Arbiter's turn. As for Okada... My decision to allow him to go free was at odds with all I have been taught. He was a traitor and should have died. Yet, I cannot help but feel strangely justified. But he was acting against the Protectorate, even if he didn't know it. How can I act as an arbiter of justice if I allow a traitor a reprieve? Objectively to whom? Damn it! Altogether, I think visiting this station was fruitful for my and, circumstances aside, I appreciate your accompanying. It would appear our next stop is Praetor, specifically Central Control. I look forward to traveling there, once you're sufficiently prepared. Potentially. In the past, the locale... However, considering the traitors crawling throughout the rest of Arcadia, I fear what duplicity the Consul may have wrought at Central... No. The Sentinel worked on the Consul's behalf. I do note that the... Excellent.
Injuries detected. How may this unit...
Commander, I'm glad you're just as keen on aligning with Auntie as I am. It's the right choice. What you see is what you get. I suspect the Order would have given you... They're nice enough folk, reasonable or like, but they ain't equipped to rule. You saw how they could barely manage a refugee camp? Sure, the folk here don't seem to trust Auntie's choice. But give it time. They'll see the difference between freedom and complete domination soon enough. Just as Tausetti did. No. Listen, normally I'd take issue with one person playing Kingmaker. That is to say, you and especially the Earth Directorate. But there'll be enough time for that later. For now, we need to ally with someone who can defeat the... We should move on, unless you've got something for me? Well, suppose that's all my suspicions of the Earth Directorate confirmed, for all to see. Just didn't feel a little bad for Ibarra, though. He's taking it about as well as I expected. It stings less now that they didn't help Tausetti. Guess there's a big difference between thinking they didn't care. Fine by me. The Order's really got some nerve, acting all superior over Auntie's choice. They mock ain't any different from us in the end, though.
Running with you reminds me of my old days with Zeb. The good times, anyway. Always up for a little backfence talk. Though, well, he hasn't brought the hammer down upon... I still wouldn't play the odds on him choosing underneath that friendly old lady for some... Future's always changing, though. I think she'd have a hell of a time passing the Directorate's like... Truth be told, I don't know her all that well. Reckon she... At least that's what I would say if I was feeling... Sure thing. I trust you've got...
If it inflicts grievous... Hey, you smell gunpowder? Browse all you like. Everything I've got is fine. I'm glad you asked. Weapon is an all-encompassing term, but what I sell here, I wouldn't dare lump. You have my guarantee. My equipment for... Feel free to go on... Scared of firearms that explode in your face? Come to Not a Weapons Store.
Bye from me. Hello once more. Be happy to show you. Anybody even listening to this? Let me tell you stuff.
Any friend of the broker is libations or information. What's your poison? Always. For example, there's some kind of hoity-toity collector type parked upstairs. Supposedly, she's willing to sell some of her collection if you...
Thanks for the help. Thanks for the help. Thanks for the help.
Let us make our way to Central Control forthwith.
If it ain't my favorite commander, just stopping by to sure. Oh.
direction.
Assist me, will you? My death would be a stain on both of us.
Attention, Commander. There may be valuable parts at this location that can improve this unit's functionality. Performing a thorough search of the automech factory is advised, should you wish to maximize your V.A.L.E.R.I.E unit's combat effectiveness. Building factory schematics. It is likely the desired parts are being stored somewhere on the ground floor.
Commander. Just say when.
Throws me. My injuries are not...
How? Ready to waste them. On your command. Appreciate a little help, Commander.
Once again.
Do you have my back?
Unidentified stimuli. Indeterminate origin. Triangulating source of disturbance. Further search is of limited utility.
Heat off, Commander. Just say when.
Throws me. My
Look at a few quarts lower, Commander. Ready to waste them. On your command.
You have my thanks and my hand.
You cannot improve perfection.
To battle!
How are you still upright over there? I'll take care of him, Commander. Not getting up without help, Commander!
My tanks and my hammer. Not walking this off. Stand me back up. I am primed to punish.
Knew you had my back.
your execution.
Cocked and loaded. Just get the signal.
Assist me, will you? My death would be a stain on both of us.
Let me know when you need it a stretch. Ready to waste them. On your command.
You have my thanks and my hammer.
Caution subjects. A security breach has been detected. A full laboratory lockdown is now in effect. Repeat, this is a full laboratory lockdown. Stay calm, remain vigilant, and obey security personnel. And always trust that the Sovereign protects.
Oh, come now, Commander. Had humans been designed to fly, the Architect would have granted us Terra Ray wings.
Attention subjects. The laboratory lockdown has been lifted, and your faith in the Sovereign has been reaffirmed. You may resume normal activities.
Let me in! Help me out!
some of them all. My hammer, it's...
Refilling my...
I'm armed.
Reserve set progress.
Apologies, but an automechanical's work is never concluded. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, or good night.
If it ain't my favorite command, sure. Always happy to tool around for a bit.
to admit I require medical assistance.
Appreciate a little help, Commander.
Sweeping the area. All rightly appreciate our perfect life of contentment and plenty.
Seize all.
We are duty bound to stop that. Replenish my firearms. My firearm! Reloading! None shall hide from us! Sustain the system!
Mediating! Lethally!
Protectorate endured!
Do you have my back?
Hither and yon.
There you are!
You have my thanks and my...
Back in my sight!
Looks much better!
Changing...
I would not refuse assistance, which is most... The insides are leaking outside, Commander.
Sensibly, I must reload! They covet our due bounty! Hastening to cover! Restoring the balance!
Ready to take the heat off you, Commander. Just say when.
Through his beneficent guidance. Seeking cover. Beneficent leader!
You have my thanks and my hammer.
Changing magazines, efficiently and in short order.
I am loath to admit I require medical assistance.
Quickly moving to cover.
Those fools! Protectorate! I had no choice but to judge them as traitors to the Protectorate. Why would they simply open fire? Why wouldn't they attempt to conversate? Then they should have reported me to their superiors, I shall continue to answer slights of this nature through violence. But hope...
Prudence dictates. Sort of.
To battle!
Influences.
Commander, stop dying at once! None shall stand.
Let me know when you need a distraction.
Ready to dispense judgment! Lethal measures at the ready, Commander!
Commander.
At your word, I shall charge!
Contact reestablished.
Ready to waste them. On your command.
Recommencing hostility.
Who's that?
Give the order, and I'll take care of him, Commander. Guns cocked and loaded. Just give the signal. Let me know when you need a distraction. they win.
Got some bad company.
Prosecuting viscerally.
And I'll take care of him, Commander.
Commander, steel yourself! You fire most sloppily.
What's your purpose here? Better take a gander.
Punitive action. I shall reduce them to a slurry.
Ready to waste them on your command.
Ready to dispense judgment!
I sense scum and close.
You have my thanks and my help. Blazes? Where is everyone? This entryway should be teeming with guards.
Yes. Attention, IRC staff. Please head inside for an important announcement from the console. Attendance is mandatory.
Announcements are seldom so pressing that everyone must leave their posts. I find myself wary.
your execution. Once I can rise.
Whatever you need, Commander. Just name it. Sure. Always happy to tool around for a bit. What did you have in mind?
Not to question you, but I'd expect a lot more personnel around for a lab of this size. Where is everyone?
Attention, IRC staff. Please head inside for an important announcement from the console. Attendance is mandatory.
Announcements are seldom so pressing that everyone must leave their posts. I find myself waiting.
Give the order and I'll take care of him, Commander.
Sight and/or sound. Origin unclear. Focusing sensors. Readings inconclusive. Cause unknown. Resetting.
Lethal measures at the ready. I despise asking for it. And yet...
Due to an anomalous event, the interstitial hall in Exhibition Tower is off limits for the foreseeable future to any and all non-essential personnel. All requests to view the prototype rift anomaly modulator are hereby suspended for the time being. Please direct all further queries and study petitions to the lead researcher's office.
Subjects, listen well. Days ago, our beloved sovereign, in his infinite wisdom, submitted himself to mental refreshment to strengthen his resolve for the good of all. At his command, I, V.A.L.E.R.I.E, now accept the responsibility of shepherding you through these dark times until our sovereign's blessed return. I shall not take this duty lightly, for I address you today not as the consul, nor even as your new leader, which I am, but as a simple I cannot do it alone.
The sovereign's a downright dumb compared to the consul.
But it is not a time.
This is gonna be bad for everyone.
What? That's impossible. This must be some kind of ploy on the consul's behalf. I don't believe it.
As I call upon you to stand tall with V.A.L.E.R.I.E. We will finish our great sovereign's work and purge Arcadia of those who seek to harm us. We shall clench our victory and step into the prosperous future our matriarch promised.
when you needed a stretch.
Our commander hangs from a thread! Unleash my might upon them! I am loath to admit I require medical assistance. And my hammer.
Giving chase. Wherever our
Prudence dictates. Try your neighbor's cat.
That scum. That miserable. I shall not rest until the consul pays for his treachery and Arcadia's rightful ruler is reinstated. A protectorate led by the consul is no protectorate. I fear how my fellow subjects will respond to this news. I believe that most will remain loyal to the sovereign. But I will need to deal with those. I shall attend to that. I sincerely doubt this is the end of my thoughts related to the matter, but we've wasted enough time.
what the
There must be something here. Arbiter, I know I do not have leave to access these security files, but I can assure you, my intentions are in service to the Protectorate.
At ease, subject. I've no business with you.
Then, does your arrival have something to do with the commotion I heard just now? Are we under attack by the enemy? Looking for proof. There was an incident recently, and I believe our...
Of course. Tell me of the security...
Albin Valancourt is the sentinel charged with supervising this facility, and I recommend he be replaced.
I remind you that I am in no way beholden to your recommendation.
Oh, of course. Should you require further data points for your assessment, however, I would most... Unless your lamps have oxidized, you must have noticed my arm. I lost it saving the Sovereign from a rift experiment gone... Naturally. Valancourt supplied my name for the reports, incriminating me in the eyes of my colleagues. And since he's closed off that wing of the lab... Oh, I understand now. This is a security assessment. In exchange, I hope you will assist me in delving into the cause of the rift incident. We'll just need Valancourt.
Regardless of our new state of affairs.
I cannot assist in acquisition, but once you take the prototype, it will trigger after we conclude our investigation, of course. That modulator will be necessary to unfold the rift and find the evidence I need. The kind that proves I did not dishonor myself by making a mistake. The prototype rift modulator is currently in Interstitial Hall, at the top of Exhibition Tower. There's a lift in the next room over that can take you directly there. Once you have the prototype, make your way to Valancourt's quarters. He should have a spare. Be cautious. The guards of this facility will attack anyone unfamiliar to them. But once you have the keycard and rift device, reconvene here. And we'll go to... Valancourt keeps all of the items he confiscates from the staff in a locked closet in his quarters. There may have already shared more with you than I ought have. But that's an ugly way to describe a legitimate transfer of power. And if you're trying to bait me into expressing an opinion of my superiors, a technicality. He's inferior in every way. The Interstitial Reconfiguration Center was created to continue research. How do you know about that? That disaster and its link to the death of the Sovereign's family was not made public. No one else. Regardless. Even though Horizon Point's destruction did... or we were. In public, Henry has adopted the affectations of his father. And he becomes most animated when we discuss... His motivations are personal. He and the console...
Better investigate.
I shall reduce them to a slurry! I am primed to punish! You must keep your blood within, Commander!
Far be it from me to tell you how to operate. I've already shared.
and scum. Bad clothes.
What? Anybody see him? Giving chase.
You can't be expected to sleep in these conditions.
Better than bivouacking on Cloister. Got the toes missing his testament.
Got eyes on some no.
Let me know when you need a distraction. Ready for cover.
Turn the console.
I am primed to punish.
Forever vigilant. Bust him out. Target's taken lead. Come upon me unawares. You will answer for it harshly.
Your vitals look grim, Commander.
Forever vigilant. Contact reestablished.
They really just left the modulator out in the open. Well, let's say we avail ourselves of their poor security.
Quickly, use the modulator to open the rift. It may provide your only avenue for escape.
I cannot fight a phantom foe.
Subtle thief. Yes, you with the rift modulator. I've made the intercom available to you. Avail yourself of it. It's not every day that someone is fool enough to break into the interstitial reconfigure. Aided and abetted by one of our I'd be obliged if you would regale me with the tale of how you managed to get this far. A crude assessment, and utterly... I suspect you did not reach here unaided. So who was it? Which one of my undutiful... Act glib if you like. All you've done is illustrate the need. Well, there will be time to scrutinize every angle of this breach at a later date, once I have dealt with you. I could also reduce you to a state of quivering no matter. I will await you in the...
What? Invasive!
Proving position.
I am loath to admit I require medical assistance. You have my thanks and my help.
As of this morning's demonstration, we have finally proven my central thesis. Matter within the rifts is not permanently destroyed. Broken down into pure information. This confirms many of our theories about the rift to an overwhelming degree, including the potential to restore this information, albeit imperfectly. I expect the Sovereign will be most pleased. I'm scheduled to meet with him later today to discuss my findings more in depth. Note to self,
Punitive action! Commander! Stop dying at once!
Advance! Perfection is perfect!
especially perturbed.
Shimmy to your heart's reasonable abandon?
No, it's only for celebrating the downfall of our enemies. Distemperament can hide in plain sight.
from a thread!
Don't be reluctant to unfold any risks you come across using the modulator. They may eject something useful to you.
Always pays to plan ahead. These automechs shouldn't trouble us any. Say, bet we can unfold that rift now.
Some disturbance detected!
I shall reduce them to a slurry! Mean for something carbon.
Miranda would have been 17 today. I can scarce imagine her. My little son. Nearly a woman grown. Will she recognize her father, I wonder? After all he has done to bring her back, will she gaze upon him with pride? Happiest of returns, Miranda. I trust this year to be the last one we share apart.
The Sovereign's own quarters. I am in awe. Any detritus you may see is most assured. Assuredly part of his great plans.
Incident? Like the one with the Sovereign?
No. It seems we may have been intruded upon during the Consul's announcement.
I heard it from one of V.A.L.E.Court's men. An outsider, apparently. Violent.
How ghastly. Well, V.A.L.E.Court no doubt has it in hand. Perhaps this will take some of his edge off and he'll let us alone after.
A hypothesis that does not hold much water, I fear.
Prudence dictates. I, your name.
That's right.
To battle!
Give the order and I'll take care of
you, Commander.
Keep your blood within, Commander! You're hurt, Commander! Lethal measures at the ready, Commander! I would not refute.
How are you still upright over there?
Giving chase.
Commander, watch your vitals!
Do you suppose there's been another incident? Like the one with the Sovereign?
No. It seems we may have been intruded upon during the conflict.
Ready to waste it. On your command.
Hostiles there.
At your word, I shall charge.
Loaded.
Forever.
Stepping up.
Appreciate a little help, Commander.
Continuing inspection. Quarry found. The protector is in. I don't see him.
None shall stand against us.
Probably hold up somewhere.
Ready to dispense judgment.
I repudiate all facets commercialists.
To battle!
Do you have my...
Forever vigilant. Back. Stepping lively. lost. Disagreeable business. Giving chase. Giving chase.
Always watchful.
Aborting search.
His gaze sees all.
This office is more immaculate than my quarters. I have found that the tidiest spaces often belie filth-sodden deeds.
You have been my family's wise counselor for more years than I have drawn breath, Emery. But that does not grant you the right to challenge my will.
Why, I challenge nothing. I simply offer guidance where I may. I've neither the wish nor the strength to usurp your authority.
I know you have designs on my rift research. What I cannot understand is what you intend to do with it. What exactly are you plotting?
Specialism will come again, and restoring Arcadia to resplendence is my sole aim. As it should be yours. Yet you remain intent to use the rift for the most tenuous of means.
You forget yourself, Consul. Pray, I do not forget all the loyal service you have given me, or you might lose more than just your standing in my affections.
One assumes their intentions.
Preserve said progress. Sustain.
Having that device nabbed on his watch nigh guarantees V.A.L.E.R.I.E a long stay.
Should he ever amass the courage to confront me in the...
Of course. An Arbiter's judgment is always sound. What? If that's true, we must act quickly. Anything on his terminal cannot... I'll lead us to the restricted wing now. This way. There's the sorry excuse of interstitial reconfigurating matter that claimed my arm. Let's open the hood, shall we? Rifts reconstitute matter in an imprecise manner, but use your imagination to conjure the original scene. That could lead us to the evidence. We need. You've discovered something? I knew it! I am absolved! And yet, I would characterize Valancourt as many vile and unmentionable things, but for all the time I've spent. Did you uncover anything else? I had heard rumors of this, I think I'm beginning. How did this go unknown? You've provided more evidence than I could have hoped for. Thank you. Valancourt must have sought to curry favor with the cons. He sabotaged the machine, hoping the rift. Chief Valancourt is an obvious threat to the values we hold.
This evidence is insurmountable.
Then let us go and confront him, now. I'm no longer willing to wait for the arc of justice to bend in my favor. Valancourt needs to die for what he's done. If I distract him, can I count on you to do the rest? The kind that buys you time to do what you need to. If we can find a way to isolate Valancourt from his forces, I'll go first, follow behind. But if you can reach the back of the hangar, stealthily, there's a ladder up to some turrets, which you can deploy against Valancourt. Careful not to turn them on me, too. I'll keep Valancourt talking so that you can get a good angle on him. But his patience isn't limitless, so be swift. Attack when ready. No need to wait for a signal from me. Oh, and there's also a rift in the hangar. An experimental byproduct, as it were. I would avoid interacting with it, lest you alert Valancourt to our ploy.
Dr. Hurley, pleasant as I find your company, I must ask you to vacate the area at once. I'm preparing our defenses against an intruder.
Hold the pleasantries, Valancourt. I know you sabotaged the experiment that nearly killed me and the Sovereign. I have the proof.
Calm yourself, Doctor. Such a belligerent tone is unbecoming from one of your profession.
Don't tell me to calm down, you traitorous worm. Someone, either you or acting under your orders, deliberately removed a vital part from the rift generator, ensuring catastrophic failure. I've seen the sabotage myself.
For you to have discovered that, you're collaborating with the thief, aren't you? Oh, Doctor, big mistake.
I'm going to report you to Central Control. Sentinels should know one of their own has gone rogue.
Oh, shall I quake and quiver? Your threats are wasted air. We Sentinels are now empowered to act extrajudiciously. I was merely taking initiative. Matters not if the console failed to recognize my foresight at the time. All came to right in the end, now that simpleton V.A.L.E.R.I.E is off the throne. You've turned into such a disappointment, Sophia. First, you blunder my perfect plan with your disgusting heroism. And now you conspire with outsiders.
That outsider barely needed my help. Of the two of us. Clearly it is you whose job efficacy has most deteriorated.
Bold of you to assume I don't have everything under control. Or did you think I hadn't cottoned on to this obvious distraction?
Distraction? I don't know what—
You'll die now, I rather enjoyed our quarrels. And you, thief. You may as well cease your lurking. I know you're here. Dr. Hurley, pleasant as I find your company, I must ask you to vacate the area. At once. I'm preparing our defenses against an intruder.
Cold prostitutes, Valencourt. I know you sabotaged the experience.
You set the turret against your own ally? Dr. Hurley, pleasant as I find your company, I must ask you to vacate the area at once. I'm preparing our defenses against an intruder.
Cold prostitutes, Valencourt. I know you sabotaged.
Let me know when you need an instruction. Guards! See to this intruder. Bring prejudice. Guards! Blast! This! No matter. I will deal with this. Give the order and I'll prepare for Commander. Commander, watch your vitals! Replenishing my firearm.
You have my thanks and my help.
On your toe.
Invasive element!
Replenishing my firearm!
I am loath to admit I require medical assistance. You have my thanks and my help. To admit, I require medical assistance.
Thus always to traitors. Morale will certainly improve in the lab.
If Valencourt's replacement is anything other than routine...
I had prepared this trauma kit, but obviously that turned out to be an unnecessary precaution. Please, take it with my gratitude. I'm not sure murdering the head of security at a highly valued research facility... Have no fear. No evidence.
Now that you have the rift modulator, any previously inaccessible rifts could be worth revisiting. Rifts may contain useful equipment and resources. However, due to the chaotic nature of reconstitution, some creative problem-solving may be required in reaching them.
Moving to I must reload! Replenishing my firearms! Moving to cover! Reloading once more! Shifting to a less exposed spot through his beneficent guidance! Sensibly, I'm shifting to a less exposed maintaining perfection! The pride of our hand explosive! Replenishing my fire-making cover!
Enter your belt. I'm locked and stopped.
Never doubt it. There's never lack.
Rightly so. What? Deserves a look.
On your command. Not walking this off. Stand me back up.
Hey, contact. Regain sight! Loading on you! We shall stay their ambitions!
To battle! I am loath to admit, I replied.
Let me know when you need a distraction.
Breaking for cover!
They manufacture one.
Let us reconvene!
What's your purpose here?
Quarry found!
Forever vigilant. Definitely, I must.
Getting up without help, Commander.
You have my thanks and my hammer. Prosecuting! Viscerally! against us. Lethal measures at the ready, Commander. Rose me. My injuries are not superficial.
Ready to waste. All good. Walking this off. Stand me back up.
have my thanks and my hand. To battle! Let me know when you needed us. Commander, is there a reason we do not deign to enter through the main gate?
your execution.
Minimizing exposure.
Guns cocked and loaded. Just give the signal.
Restoring the balance.
Unleash my might upon them.
Our vigilance is rewarded.
Malefactor ahead.
Moving to safety.
I've eyes on the miscreant.
Is always mightier than the individual. Prudence dictates. Scrutiny is always rewarded. Prudence dictates we maintain sufficient zeal at all times.
My thanks and my hammer.
Prudence dictates we cherish all.
Taking punitive action.
Commander.
Perfection. Prudence dictates we must trust our community. It is only then that we prevail.
You have my thanks and...
Restoring the balance.
None shall stand against us!
Hostile not.
Practice ain't so very majority of crossings.
Got eyes on some
Disturbance detected!
With the perfectly perfunctory moderation mini rolls. Modestly flavorful, yet free of additive toxins. Well, that was thoroughly enriching. Let's continue.
Look at a few quarts low, Commander.
still up right over there. Commander, watch your vitals!
Great tragedies of this war, Prudence.
Rest assured, Bertie. And you are not. Don't worry.
Smells like paint and agitated dust. Renovations, I surmise.
Trust the plan, preserve set progress, sustain the system, serve the Sovereign. This paradigm we serve Supplies all we deserve.
Trouble about my hammerhand itches.
Give the order and I'll take care of him, Commander.
To what ends do you endeavor? Recommencing hostility!
Ready to dispense judgment!
Villains abound. Be on guard.
Prosecuting! I would not refuse assistance, which is most embarrassing.
Let us reconvene.
Enemy about.
What?
I'm locked and stopped.
Agitators!
Bury another agent! Not getting up without help, Commander!
Crisply moving to cover! I must reload! Manufacture one! Give care to yon... Clear out! The system endures!
That elevator over there goes to the Supreme Arbiter's old office. I hope the technicians have kept it in working order.
Our system is the best anything ever had. Perfection is perfect.
I believe what we need is on that terminal. I'll see if I can find my way in. The terminal's locked, which is no surprise. See if you can find some method to bypass its passcode. I sense we close in on something central to my investigation. We simply must... Did you hear that? I think something may have unlocked. I think this may unlock the terminal, but the toggle mechanism appears compromised. I shall hold it. You attempt to gain access to the machine. You must finish leading through.
Consul Thoreau, I'm sure you're surprised to be receiving this message, and thus I can assume you even considering aligning myself against the Sovereign is like sticking my hand in boiling oil. Yet my dead charges spur me forward. 10 scores of Arcadius fire. No, we fled like sprats, all at V.A.L.E.R.I.E's behold. What in blazes?
I cannot believe what I heard. Yes, I'm fine. Because my mentor hated the Consul and was deeply devoted to the Sovereign. She'd never speak thus.
There's a simpler explanation.
What I'm proposing is eminently plausible. It may be beyond you to see her machinations, but it's obvious to me that this was merely an intricate play. It's all that makes sense. Don't Tristan me. Wait.
Arbiter Rao, I finally got you. Submit quietly to the Protectorate's justice for your manifold transgressions.
Are you insane? Who are you? And on whose authority do you claim to judge me?
My name is Junior Arbiter Mayhall, and I operate on Arbiter Mandate, as you did once. Now, no questions. This is already going to be difficult enough.
This is not the time.
Well, that's...
Enough. This has been an unpleasant day, and my patience is gone.
They're far from baseless. You stand accused of abandoning your post, of infiltrating Protectorate facilities with opaque aims, and of hampering the Protectorate war effort. There's no discussion to be had with criminals. I needed to see firsthand that
These accusations of yours are slander. If you believe false bravado shall save you from my wrath, you're sorely mistaken.
And understanding... I accuse someone of a crime. Then, I grant them their punishment. I may not wish to judge him. I may not understand what has come over him. It is of no consequence. His crimes against the Protectorate are all that matters.
He was simply doing his duty, just as you or I must every day. Killing him would have been wrong, even though attempting to arrest me was a criminal act.
That's even worse than I thought. You chose not to do your duty, and expect telling me so would soften my decision to judge you?
The Supreme Arbiter taught me to follow my own sense of justice. And I have. Use your mind. Think about what I did. What you intend to do. Is this moral? Is this right?
What of it? Someone has to stop him.
Ironic. You came here to judge me for much the same reason I chose to investigate the Supreme Arbiter's death on my own.
But that's impossible. I refuse to believe we both could be guilty if we were simply following what we were taught.
We don't know that for certain, but...
Even the Supreme Arbiter has struggled with this? Consider my hand stayed. I can see that...
This discussion may have borne fruit, though I think I have made my decision. Slaying her for sincerely trying to do what is right would be a farce of justice. There has been very little humor. It would appear we're in agreement.
Guess a cane can change its spots.
So, what course of action do we take now?
It's important for an Arbiter to use their forebrain. You may find more questions than answers.
Uphold justice in my way.
Glory to the Protectorate. I'm pleased we were able to resolve that altercation peaceably. Robbing...
You're showing a lot more restraint these days than I'd expect.
You know, I'd even venture to say she reminded me just a little of myself as a lad. All this excitement did not make me forget the confession on the Supreme Arbiter's terminal. I have to bring it to Virgil. Together, we can discover exactly what transpired. Agreed. I'm not sure of his whereabouts since last we encountered him. I'll send him a message. With...
I'll take care of it, Commander.
You're hurt, Commander. Steel yourself.
Keep seeking cover.
At your word, I shall charge. Rose me. My injuries are not superficial.
Every component is vital.
What's your purpose here?
Deserves a look.
Restoring the balance.
Taking punitive action.
Destruction.
Assist me, will you?
Got eyes on some no good.
Quick once over.
None shall stand against us.
Wait, how?
You have my thanks and my hammer.
Stand ready. Our foes are
ready to wait on your command.
Commander, stop dying at once!
Don't like the sound of that at all.
Deserves a look. Right.
I shall reduce them to a slurry!
Let me know when you need a distraction.
I would not refuse a which is most embarrassing. Seems the Consul is not devoted to the idea of training future arbiters. I wish I could say I were surprised. Viscerally! Stand against us! Our commander hangs from a thread!
Certainly asinine.
there. A misbegotten fool, soon to fall.
Our foes have apparently absconded.
Punitive action!
Enemy about. Locked us.
Give the order and I'll take care of him, Commander.
Hostile
worry about tomorrow. All subjects prosper under the guidance of our beneficent ruler, the Sovereign.
I shall not pay your execution! old quarters are... they've all been removed. I hardly recognize this place.
Looking a bit dewy there, Arbiter Rao.
I'm fine. Some dust merely found its way into my eye.
That's a commemorative garment.
Stand by for reassuring content.
Another song in an expertly curated playlist.
My blood boils at the Consul's gall. Overtaking the Sovereign at this most vulnerable time for the Protectorate. He will pay 1,000 times for this treachery. Any fool enough to stand beside him will fall as well. Justice will spare none. None!